Well, we are testing the sound now at Didsbury.
This isn't. This is winner or lose.
One for Anderson. Good afternoon from Didsbury Cricket Club. We're from real start now. We're here with some Premier Division cricket action in the new look Premier Division as well. Didsbury batting first, having been put into bat by visitors Bowden. Oof. And you join us at an interesting stage of proceedings, with a third Didsbury wicket just having fallen, that of Rob Semi, who's bowled. He's brought in Captain Nick Anderson to join Steve Green, who's just got himself nicely established now. 35 not out off 70. Is that? Umpire was just looking like he might signal to us, but it's just a dot. If you've been with us so far, you'll see that Didsbury were set back early on with a wicket in the third over. Tim Hughes bowled by Joe Chappell, but then a terrific partnership of 89 for the second wicket between Charlie Lowen and Steve Green. Took the Didsbury score to 96 before two shot over 50. Charlie Lowen drove to mid-on, where he was well caught low down by Rob Lord, who bowled a very good spell earlier. 7 overs for 26 doesn't quite do it justice, because they whizzed several past the edge, and a couple of confident appeals for a caught behind as well in that. But with it being 10 overs a bowler maximum, he's only got 3 more allocated, so we've got an all-spin combination now, and that is Alex Robinson just completing his 5th. He's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. There you can see that partnership for the second wicket, which has made a big difference to the Didsbury score. $124 for 3, so it's 50 overs aside in this first half of the Premier Division season. Xander Selby, it's wide ball, excuse me. There we go. Xander Selby is bowling his 7th over from the Parswood end. The cameras have been switched around here. We've got a problem with the Parswood camera, so we're just from one end, the Fletcher Moss end today. Steve Green takes another single. To bring the skipper Nick Anderson down to face Xander Selby. Left arm around the wicket to the right-hander. Yeah, 50 overs aside. It's a win-lose game today, and the first 4 games of this season in the Premier Division will all be played as a win-lose. Then we'll be in a series of 11 games, so they're a win-lose draw. And Didsbury just wanted to get themselves into a strong position to push in the last 10. You would think they've made a good start, and they're going at 4.5 and over, and field in superb condition considering the amount of rain we've had. Steve Green takes a single off the that's the 5th ball. Still one more, isn't there, because of the wide. So much rain in Cheshire. The first week of the season was held over, and all matches rearranged for the final weekend of the season in September. So it's been so wet. But Didsbury is looking in splendid condition, despite the struggles all groundsmen have had with the rain. Anderson takes one off the last, so 129 off 28. So both sides just jockeying for position. Bowden, who struggled for a long period, went nearly 19 overs without a wicket, and then a couple relatively quickly, got themselves a foothold back in the game. Alex Robinson in. Just missed the man at short cover. That's Matthew Tully, I think. Matt Tully there at, sorry, correction, short mid-wicket, isn't it, for the left-hander? Well, a single for Steve Green takes him to 39. So Didsbury just quite happy to milk these gaps that are appearing. In this phase of the game, Bowden are allowed up to 5 men outside of the 30-yard circle. Oh, whizzed that one past the edge, nicely bowled. So yes, 5 fielders out in the overs between over 11 and over 40, and then up to 4 out allowed in this power play between overs 11 and 40 maximum, and then it's 5 out in the last 10 overs maximum. As another single comes off the last ball, 4 off that one, 133 off 29. Didsbury just steadying themselves again with a relatively new batsman in. You can see those 2 relatively quick wickets, the circles on the Manhattan. Sander Selby looks like he's going to bowl through. This is his 8th over, so say he's allowed 10. So, and they're also doing, that's not quite where he was intending, Steve Green, but it's a run nonetheless. The bottom of the bat. Bowden were getting a little behind with the overs. They've caught up pretty well now. They should be into the 31st, so still got time to pull that round. And the over rates will be watched throughout, and for any side behind on their overs, they can have 1 less man out of the fielding circle in the last 10, depending how far they are behind. But looking like they should be okay. Bowden knows. Nick Anderson just prods another single. 6 singles for him so far. Oh, no, that's a nice shot from Steve Green. A bit of reverse switch. You want to do the a welcome boundary for Steve Green. His 5th. The first one since the drinks break. And a nicely executed shot. He's on to 45 now. Very circumspectly indeed. 50 balls for his first 18 runs. But as you can see, the timing's coming, and straight to the fielder. I might have had thoughts of a second for that 50, Steve Green, but as it is, he's better off with a single because he's kept the strike. We've had 30 overs, 140 is the score. So Xander Selby with a couple of overs to bowl, and he's just having a chat with one of his colleagues, with Matt Tully, about that, possibly. Alex Robinson into his 7th over, again looking like he'll bowl through. Yeah, with 10 overs a bowler, the emphasis obviously on the side having 5 bowlers in it. That's a challenge for all the teams in the win-lose format. Two fielders retreating back onto the leg side boundary for Nick Anderson. Deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. He's hit that nicely, but straight to Rob Lord. That mid on. Best fielder in the Bowden team, would you say? Certainly one of the best. My fellow scorer Viv deliberating that one. It's certainly okay. James got a wide ball. There's also a very strict interpretation of wides this year. And Bowden have bowled 19 of them in this innings already. Extras count 24, and they've now bowled 3.5 overs in wides of no balls of extra deliveries. No balls are a free hit as well. Oh, we've had 2 of them. One went for 6, one went for 4, I think, from memory. So an extra penalty for that. The fielders retreat back to long off and long on for the last ball of the 31st over. So runs anywhere he wants them, Nick Anderson, really. And he's got, the fielders haven't seen it between the two of them on this cover, on this leg side boundary. It went between them, Joe Apple and Sid Madder even. Neither were quite sure where it was initially, so that enabled Nick Anderson to get a couple. And you can see Charlie Lowen's fine effort, and Steve Green nearing a 50 himself. Those extras at the bottom, 24, have played a big part in this score of 144. Xander Selby's brother Lucas is making his Bowden debut in this game. We've had 3 overs from him. We'll probably be seeing him again at some point. Xander's ball well. Another very effective sweep from Steve Green, just a single for him. But, his wagon wheel will reveal he's scored plenty of his runs in that sort of area. Bowden just reorganising the field. We've got mid-off, short extra cover, and then a squarish cover. Captain Jack Tipton is at backward point. We've got a man on the extra cover boundary. And indeed Joe Chappell, who's just been moved to that position. of squarish cover is into field. And again, as Nick Anderson can't get any real power on the ball. So good over this, just one off the first 5 balls, and he's threw it quickly again, Xander Selby. And that's a quicker ball, but that last ball, Anderson's, the quicker ball rather, didn't really help the bowler, as it's gone for 4 down to third man. So what was a good over for Bowden suddenly slips away at the end again with a boundary. So just 1 over left for Xander Selby, 9 overs for 45 for him. You can see there the bowlers used so far, 5 of them. And as you may have heard my fellow scorer Viv, I nearly called you a fellow commentator there, Viv. We can get your microphone if you like. You can add your opinions, but she's quite right. Alex Robinson, who I would have kept on personally, but to get through those he's got 3 overs, he's going to have to find somewhere else. But clearly, the Bowden skipper Jack Tipton thinking that he wants to see what pace on the ball does. He wants something a bit different for Steve Green to face, which is a perfectly reasonable supposition from the captain if the bats are finding it nice and easy to get the ball away. See what a bit of pace on the ball does. So Joe Chappell, left arm over. Oh, and that's wides, I think, straight down the leg side. So everything leg side is wide in this 50 over competition. There's 2 wides. They've run 2, so that is 3 wides. So just widen 2. There you go. Sorry, 3 wides because they ran 2. Just undo it. Just do wide and then 3. That's it. So 152 now the score. Steve Green forces that one out for a single. And it will be a big adjustment for all the bowlers. The very strict wide interpretation. 22 wides now in this innings so far. And it is difficult for bowlers who don't, for club bowlers only bowling on the weekend, to get that line adjusted. We've got a left hand right hand combination, which has made it more difficult as well. That's a bit too short really, but he's got away with it as much as it's only 1. Nick Anderson takes, continues back into his vein of singles after that boundary off the previous over, his first boundary. So Steve Green 1 short of his 50 now. We've got Xander Selby is about to come from mid-off to move the sight screen again because Joe Chappell is coming, I think. No, he's going to stay over the wicket. I thought he might be coming around the wicket. They've just belatedly, and Xander Selby has moved those sight screens himself, having just bowled, and now he's having to jog back to mid-off. Rob Lord belatedly realised his teammate could do without. Oh, what a good effort from Xander Selby. He's now back at mid-on for left-handed Steve Green, but that's wides again, I think. And it's just going to be 2 wides on this occasion, is it? Yep, 2 wides. So he's going to have to wait a little longer for that half century. This will not be what Jack Tipton wanted. Wide again. See, and this is the problem with the right hand left hand combination, the adjustment. 6 wides in runs in this over, 3 extra balls. And Bowden, who've got an hour and 5 minutes, according to me, to bowl 18 and a half overs, are going to have to watch that they don't fall foul of these new regulations. Might be looking for 2 here, possibly, but the fielder's on the ball now. Sidney Even, he's around very quickly, keeps it to 1. So another chance for Steve Green now. To reach a very well worked half century. He's batting very patiently. Been in now. What's he been in now? 2 hours for this. Oh dear, Nick Anderson's a long way down. Oh, a direct hit would have been interesting, but I think that was Lucas Selby that came in there, but couldn't hit the stumps. Anderson was at least halfway, possibly further. So he's completed a single, running half and then running back again. Muck all over his new kit. An appeal for LB. Pleading from Bowden, but not out, says umpire Simon Pomfret, making his Premier League debut today. So that 33rd over comes to an end, with 9 off it in total. So Xander Selby to complete his spell. So some interference in the background now. I'm not sure where that's from. I apologise for that. But anyway, let's watch Steve Green, see if he can find that single. He can this time. He's pushed it out to the man on the cover boundary, and that's 50 for Steve Green. 89 balls and 5 fours, and an excellent effort from the Didsbury all-rounder. Meanwhile, Nick Anderson plots on that. So again, he's through the over quickly, Xander Selby. He's 2 off it in his final ball in his spell, and he'll be wanting to get this right on the spot. He's bowled it from behind the stumps, actually. Not further, but it did the trick, as it's a dot ball. So just 2 off that over, completed very quickly. And that's Xander Selby's spell. 10 overs for 47 runs. Very tidy. 16 overs remaining, and Didsbury set fair for a decent total now. Now Chappell off for 1 over and Robinson back. Yes, well that's interesting. Alex Robinson returning. Steve Green immediately punches away for another single. He's hit that hard, Nick Anderson, and he's found the gap beautifully. That's the second boundary for him. It's a very round arm action he's got, Alex Robinson. He's done a decent job for his team. I say he's got a couple of wickets as well, and very unfortunate to drop Rob Semi off his own bowling after when Rob's third ball that he'd faced. Not costly in terms of runs conceded, but morale-wise, not great. But he did at least have the satisfaction of clean bowling Semi. And that's the end of that 35th over. 6 off it. So 166 the Didsbury total off 35. Thank you. And we are going to see a 6th Bowden bowler, former skipper Matthew Tully. I'll have a bit of a break here because he's coming off several paces, Matthew.
The wind is getting up. It's freezing out here.
It's freezing in here. I've had a delay.
You've got a heater in there?
No. I've had a delay and I've got my blanket on.
She's had a nice cup of tea to warm her up, so as well, she forgot to mention. So just still waiting for a resumption of the action. Matthew Tully getting his run-up sorted out, his field sorted out. It's fairly standard. We have got 5 in the circle, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover and straight cover. And then fielders fine leg and third man. And there's nobody fielding there, I'll tell you that. That's short. At deep mid-wicket. It's plugged, but just rolled over the boundary. I think softer piece of the outfield out there, but nonetheless an emphatic start for Nick Anderson against Matthew Tully. So there's a big gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Mid-on and mid-off are on the back on the 30-yard circle. There's deep square leg, fine leg, or more like long leg really, third man and extra cover on the boundary. Short again, but that's been this time it's slightly straighter by Nick Anderson. That's straight to the mid-on fielder. Hello, Tom. Sorry, just chatting to some colleagues. Good luck.
Leg by James.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're quite right, Viv. I put that down as a single, but it was in fact a leg by, so we'll just correct that on the board. We've got 171 nonetheless. Just chatting to some, well, the Romilly captain, Tom Rolfe, has come down. Our game called off earlier in the week. Romilly.
They're very good footballers as well.
Apparently.
I think one of them went off to play football. So Nick Wayne is telling me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So this should be the final ball of Matt Tully's first over. Short. It's 1-something. I don't know whether there was an edge on that. It's gone through the gloves, or is it just a bye? No, it's a run. So couldn't quite see what happened there. I don't think it was a chance particularly, but a single is the result. So 14 overs remaining. One 7-2-4-3. And Alex Robinson, I think now should bowl through, really, shouldn't he? Steve Green on strike. I'll be wanting to just find some rhythm again. He's got the half century. He's getting off strike and rotating it. I think Didsbury have really made this left hand, right hand setting work for them. Good cricket from them. Easy single again. Didsbury just happy to accumulate. As I say, if they've got wickets in hand in this last 10, and they will feel well set. The projections are around about 250, between 250 and 260 at the moment as a final score. So we'll see how close they get to that. Reverse sweep attempt. So he tried that a few times, Steve Green. Nailed one that I remember. Hit nicely by Steve. He's found a gap there on the offside and to such good effect. He's found the boundary. Sid Matter even chasing in vain. As the final ball of Alex Robinson's 9th over is dispatched through extra cover. So 6 off that over as well. You can see the two batters there. They're getting nicely set. Nick Anderson particularly. He's gone on to 25 in very good time, just 36 balls for him. Let's see Steve Green's 6th 4. So he's on 57 now. So some promising signs for Didsbury. Matt Tully starts his second over. Anderson immediately takes a single off that first ball. We've got the same backward point in for the left-hander in the circle. big gap on this leg side on the right hand side of your screen as you're looking at it. Joe Chappell at mid-wicket. There's nobody square or behind square till on the boundary, so easy runs there for anything drifting. And that's wide of the off stump, but cut away is too wide and plenty of room for Steve Green to free his arms and pick up a 7th boundary for him. Nicely cut away. It's a much shorter hit out there on that. Well, what's the offside for the left-hander today? This way around. So he hits his 100th ball for 4. Steve Green goes on to 61 now. Didsbury into the 180s. Waits for that nicely. A single. 3rd man coming off the boundary. That's Alex Robinson down there. So field has to change for the right-hander. Whoops. Sander Selby has been all over the field. Now running around from backward point to extra cover for the right-hander. Copped a really nasty one on the knee earlier when he was bowling. Nice shot from Nick Anderson. Be a couple here at least behind square. Might even go for 4. It has again. It's run away. Even though the outfield is not at its quickest, it's still playing very true, and it was beautifully timed. Nick Anderson dabbed that away behind, backward of square, and the 2 pursuing fielders just couldn't get close. 4 more for him. 10 off the over so far, and still a ball to come. So problems for Bowden. Partnership now with 66. As the last ball is thudded into the pad of Nick Anderson. There you can see the Bowden bowling. 6 bowlers used now, so at least they've got some options in terms of who bowls out and who doesn't. And it'll be Alex Robinson to complete a very creditable spell. I think that's been a really good effort from him. First game of the season. More accustomed to second team cricket, but got a chance in the ones today, and I think he's done pretty well. A single for Steve Green. To 63. Nicely hit, and that's going to be 4 if it beats the fielder, and it does. Sander Selby again, all action, diving full length, but in vain. It was too well timed. And a 5th boundary for Nick Anderson.
Is your game off, Chris?
Yeah. So he's on to 34 now with a 5th 4. Hit that hard, but Selby this time around to get behind that. That'll have stung his fingers as well. Well, that's hit me anywhere, that one, but Nick Anderson has just forced it out through mid-wicket for a single. 194. Big appeal, and with his penultimate ball, more joy for Alex Robinson, who gets a 3rd wicket. And that of the well-set Steve Green. So he has to depart. We'll see him bowling later, but he's batted extremely well there. 63, 103 balls, 7 fours. And coming in the third over, batting through to the 39th. As Sam Leach will go out to take his place. And that's been an excellent effort from the Didsbury all-rounder. Left-hander will come off to a good round of applause. Might just be able to pick it up. Well deserved. So that's the 4th wicket down. They scored 194. So as things stand, Bowden with just the one bonus bowling point at the moment. They'll get another one, I think, and take another wicket. Just started to look a bit greyer overhead. It shouldn't rain today, but will hopefully stay dry, even though it's looking a little darker than it has done for much of the day. And Sam Leach defends his first ball safely. So that's the end of Alex Robinson's spell, and he's bowled very well. 3 for 52 from his 10, and he's done a very good job for his team. So we're into the final over of the second power play now. So after this over, Bowden will be able to have a maximum of 5 out. We've got, what have we got? 40 minutes for 11 overs. Should do that. What was bowled short there? He's palming it behind square. Sid made even well round there and keeps that to 1. Was nicely hit from the Didsbury captain, but bring Sam Leach on strike, so very destructive batsman Sammy. Hits the ball beautifully cleanly, but he'll need to get himself in first, and it's probably the tricky time, slightly darker than it has been for much of the game. Going to see if I can find some food in my bag. My fellow scorer there with a coat on and several layers underneath, I think. They both are today layered up. Oh yes, that's what we want. As Sam Leach gets off the mark there, that's easy single out to deep mid wicket. Sorry, just enjoying a bit of chocolate. That was a good tight over from Matt Tully, just 2 off it. You can see that Didsbury run rate, which has been fairly healthy, just levelling off a little bit. And we've got to have a new bowler now. It does look like it's Sid, doesn't it? So a test for young Sid Mahadevan. 10 overs to go. Didsbury already on 196. So Mahadevan. Some spin and immediately swept away by Sam Leach. Going to get a couple. John Chappell well round there, actually. That was going quickly. A good confident start from Sam Leach. Didsbury near 200. Oh. Said that, it's just a firm-footed prod there. Chopped it into his pad. Could have gone anywhere. What survives Sam Leach? There's a good ring of fielders in the circle for Sid Mahadevan. Tactics from Bowden, making him hit to get the runs. They've got 3 in on the leg side and 3 on the off. Rob Lord's waving his arms around at mid-off. Looks like he's mid-on rather. Looks like he's warming up to bowl. And again, mistime through the legs this time. Sam Leach. And he will need to warm up some, because it will be chilly out there. Viv, oh dear. But it's been a very good start from young Sid. Smartly through his overs. You can see him jogging back to his mark there. And the quicker they can get through these overs, Bowden, the more favours they'll do themselves. This last ball of the 41st, which has been hit straight back at him, so very good start. Just 2 off that over as well, and that's a tidy couple of overs for Bowden. You can see that those last 2 overs on the Manhattan, a lot less productive for the batting side. Just over 2 minutes that over, which is good going, very good going. So Tully comes in, start his 4th over. Big appeal, only really from the bowler. Not out, umpire Chris Hyde said, but at least from a Bowden perspective it's a dot ball as well. Just having a good little spell here at an important time for the bowling side. That's worked away nicely for 1 run. Oh, well, Sam Leach completed that very quickly. Nick Anderson was jogging, and had to suddenly speed up when he thought there might be 2, but no, only 1. Oh. Disagreement between the batters there. Sam Leach immediately said no. Nick Anderson was interested. I'll be conscious that these overs are ticking by. Well, that's a nice swipe. Oh, really well fielded by James Bottomley out on that mid-wicket boundary. That was nicely hit and was really travelling Sam Leach, but he was quickly round. James Bottomley picked it up cleanly, got it back in. Just a single. It's not a 4, excuse me. put a 4 down, which I thought it should have been, but it was only 1. But that nonetheless brings the 200 up for Didsbury. Anderson back on strike. Oof. Huge whiff there, but missed it. And as things stand, another decent over for Bowden. Again, just 2 off this one so far, and they're getting through it quickly. Despite the longer run-up, Matt Tully's getting back and getting through the over. Oh, but that one's changed it because that's gone right out onto the road. Having just said that was a good spell for the visitors. Slightly short. Nick Anderson needs no second bidding to maximise on that. It's a short boundary as it is out there. So his first 6 of the league season. Sees him into the 40s, onto 43. Didsbury on to 206. And Matt Tully's good over spoiled there with that last ball disappearing. Sid Mahadivan in again. Oh, a bit of hesitancy, but an easy one in the end. Sam Leach out into the covers. Strong appeal. Leg by is the signal from umpire Simon Pomfret. So no bat involved clearly, but Anderson survives. Is that going to be a wide? No, he just got some bat just to flick the pad because it went down the leg side, but we couldn't see from here. But it's too short again, and this time Sam Leach has dug into that. It's going to be, despite a valiant effort from the fielder, couldn't get round. 4 runs, nicely hit, a bit short from Mahadivan. Sam Leach, as we said, a powerful header of the ball, despite the best efforts of Lucas Selby. Ran full tilt and dived, he just couldn't, the ball was too well timed. So first boundary for Sam Leach. Now this is going to be wides again. Be 3 more wides, I think. The umpire is about to. Yes, it is 3 wides. So these extras mounting up. Oh, and he's down the pitch, and the stumping was missed. It spun, I think, a little bit as well. I think that's just going to be a leg by. Yeah, it will be a difficult chance at best, I think, for keeper. Well, that's short, could go anywhere, but it's gone down to long on for a single. Not coming onto the bat. So better over for Didsbury, 11 off it in total. And 217 the score off 43. You can see these two getting set, and Nick Anderson, the third Didsbury batter, past 40. .36 extras now in that 217 as well. As Matt Tully comes in for his 5th over, and hammered by Nick Anderson. Goodness me, and Xander Selby. I've said his name a few times. Absolutely in the firing line there. And that was a terrific hit, but really well fielded. Sander Selby felt that stinging drive, but did a great job for his side. That's short again. That's a full full advantage taken. Nick Anderson, who's lost many balls over Wilmslow Road side, hits another one to go to 50. Second of the innings, just 52 balls. The Didsbury skipper with that second six. The second Didsbury batsman to reach a half century, and there'll be a little bit of a delay while we get the ball back. Not quite sure where it is. I think Fielder's got to go out and cross the road, a busy road, and retrieve it. I think he's being told by a teammate where it is or where it's gone. I think we're just about ready to resume. The fielders have returned from outside the ground. Yes, they've done well to find the ball. That's the second time in 2 overs Matt Tully's gone over that boundary. So it's short enough as it is, but Nick Anderson can clear it from anywhere on the square just about. Absolutely no mercy. So we've got an extra man back on the mid-wicket boundary now as fine leg comes into the circle. So that's just the third ball of the over. He's gone for it again, but this is more of a mow. In all truth, it's too wide outside the off stump. A single for the skipper. Wide ball signalled by Chris Hyde. You might most be able to make out the blue pitch markings within the crease markings themselves. That's the guide the umpires are using this year for determining offside wides, and like side wides as well for that matter, but offside wides particularly. Oh, and he's bowled him. Having been wided the ball before, the first wicket of the season for Matt Tully, and clean bowled Sam Leach. So that's another bonus bowling point for visitors Bowden. Sam Leach, the man to depart for 9. 18 balls for him. So the fifth Didsbury wicket falls with the score 2-2-5. And Jack Hastings going out to join his skipper. Jack, who's a fine player, but generally plies his trade in the twos, such is the strength of the Didsbury first team. What an opportunity for him today, and been prolific for the second team for several seasons now. He'll hopefully make this little cameo count. He's a tremendous striker of the ball. And great record in second 11 cricket. A very capable batter as well. Make it into most, if not all, of the first teams I've seen playing in Cheshire. Anyway, he's going to face his first ball from skipper Matt, probably ex-skipper Bowden skipper Matt Tully. That's a dot. Through to the keeper's gloves, John Sanders, who's been standing up for a large part of the innings now. Kept very tidily, just 2 byes in the innings. Oh, quiet end to the over. Six overs to go. You can see Matt Tully, his first wicket, 5 overs for 33 for him on the Bowden bowling card. And I would imagine Sid's going to continue. A couple of decent overs, 2 overs for 11. Yes, he is. So let's see, we've got 23 minutes for these 6 overs. That should be plenty. So the spinners have certainly done their side a favour, getting the over rate speeded up. And as I say, with 29 wides and 2 no balls, it's a lot of extra deliveries. They've had to bowl as well. He looks right in front there to me. If he's missed that, then umpire Simon Poffrit shakes their head. So I can only assume there must have been some edge on it. As that looked, he's so far back in the crease. That one head out for a single. And Didsbury's target will be 250 plus, because if they get beyond 250, they'll get their maximum batting points for the innings. The run rate will be good enough for that. So that's their target, 24 away from that. For Jack Hastings, 3 men out. Sorry, correction, 4 men out. So trying to keep a bit of pressure on. Short fine leg, extra cover, mid wicket, mid off, and deep backward point right on the fielding circle. That's nicely hit, but you won't win any prizes for guessing who's behind that. Xander Selby seems to be fielding one of those ball magnets in the field, isn't he? It just keeps coming to him. A judicious leave alone from Jack. Oh no, that looks hit me anywhere, but he's hit it straight back to the bowler and he's caught and bowled. So a real boost for Bowden there with not the best ball, shall we say, that he has ever bowled. Sid not heard even, but it was looked like he could hit it anywhere, Jack Hastings, but he's popped a catch straight back. And is out without scoring. So James Green replaces him. Capable striker. So just derailing here, Didsbury, a little. With 5 overs to go, 2-2-6. They need to make best use of these overs. So a minimum of 250 is their target. It's a boost for the visitors, as James Green will replace Jack Hastings, but he'll have to work to face a ball, as it was the last ball of the over, so Matt Tully is going to continue. And that first ball whizzes past the edge of the bat. Nick Anderson going for the cover drive, but not connecting. Just having a look at what else is going on in the league. Oxton have been bowled out for 125 by Hyde. That game being played at Oxton. Neston 162 for 9. With 8 overs to bat there still. Oof, that's another huge attempted hit from Nick Anderson, but he missed it. So I dot the result. What else have we got? Chester 175 for 7 at Toft. 6 overs for them. And Grappenhall, gosh, that's 219 for 6. We're still 8 overs to bat at Widnes. Done well to get Widnes fit. Goodness. He's connected with that one. But it's gone all along the ground too long on. So just a single. Nick Anderson on to 53. Game on him. Div 1 at Brooklands. Brooklands are 92 all out and Cheadle 36 for 5. So that will be a tense finish, one imagines. Wickets tumble in there. As James Green gets off the mark with an inside edge. Well fielded at short fine leg, Alex Robinson. One of those, I think, either side of him. That could have been to the boundary. But as it is, just one run. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, Nick Anderson didn't look interested in that. And 30 wides now from Bowden. Not 30 wide balls because there's been a 5 wides and a couple of 3 wides, but nonetheless it's a lot to concede. Oh, that's down the leg side and that's going to be 6 more, I think. Oh, just 4 it's signalled. It's bounced inside. He's not got hold of it. I couldn't see where it went. With being such a short boundary, I assumed it might have gone all the way. Matt Tully immediately turned round, disgusted with himself. He got it all wrong. And Nick Anderson cashed in to an extent. 4 runs. Welcome the boundary. So that 250 target for Didsbury for the run rate points is well within range now. Just 17 more needed for that. Oof. But a good recovery from the bowler. Whiz one past the edge. Smart piece of work behind the stumps from John Sanders. So 4 overs to go, 233 there. You can see those wickets clustered together on the Manhattan graph. But Didsbury still in a decent position, but they'll want to capitalise fully and really set a daunting target for visitors Bowden, who chose to bowl first. Understandably, I think either side would have bowled first had they. Didsbury certainly would have they won the toss. It's just natural to do so on a day like this, early April. Oh, sorry, late April, but early season. You'd think the conditions are going to favour the bowlers, but Didsbury have batted very sensibly generally throughout this innings. Excellent partnership. 89 for the second wicket, just patiently compiled, but just show that runs were everywhere. Oof, that's just short of Ross Zellum, I think that is at mid. Is that Ross at mid wicket? Yeah, just short of him. And they've built a very good platform. James Green a single. Skipper Jack Tipton is right down here in front of us on the deep backward square leg boundary. In the usual usual. It'll be a hit to a clear that for Nick Anderson, but he's moved out of the way and got a wide for it. 235 agreed, yeah. And with that, I missed out that time. It's a good effort this from Sid Madhav. How old is he? 20? He can't be 20.
No,
Yeah. 18 still. Goodness me. Goodness me. Super young man and a very talented cricketer. And Bowden will be glad to have his services for as long as they can have them this season. He's bowling a fine spell here. He's almost through 4 overs, just 14 conceded and a wicket. And again there as well. So a great effort from Sid Mahadev and just 2.
18, 19.
Okay. Just 2 runs off the over. And you can see again the impact on the Didsbury scoring rate. So 3 overs to go. 2:35 for 6. Didsbury. Tully for his 7th over. And they're going to... Oh no, there's a slight full misfield there. Possibly 2 there, boys. But no. Joe Chappell, I think that was. But just kept it to 1. And Nick Anderson now will be eyeing that leg side boundary. Again, looking to clear it. There's 2 men back. There's 1 man back at deep mid wicket. The deep square legs come in to be beside the umpire now. That's James Botterley. Umpire just, the wicket keeper just trying to. One is not happy with something in the field. That's right. I think they're a man light in the circle, long on his back. So fine leg coming into the circle. That's well spotted by the keeper. So they need to have the 4 in. So that's that. There it is. That's a swish and a miss. Yeah, saved his side a no ball there. Did John Sanders. Well done him. Oh, that's a huge hit, and it doesn't matter. You can put your fielders where you like, but that's gone miles. Nick Anderson. That's broken the shackles in style. Didsbury to the 240s, 242. Just take a break while we get the ball back. So we've got to get another ball because there was just no chance of finding that one. Lovely. Clean smack off the bat. Had that a few times from Nick Anderson's bat. And a very welcome sound it is, and no more so than just then. His 3rd 6 into the 60s now. Tully has to count himself again. He's bowled short again. It's forced out, but it'll just be a single this time. 243. There's James Green down to face Matt Tully. And, someone else well capable of clearing the boundary. It's straight into the ground though, that one. So last ball of the 48th. James Green will get a run, possibly two here. Yeah, there's no one's. They've realised too late that there was nobody pitching in to get that fine leg was back. So two for James Green to finish a better over for Didsbury. 10 off it, 245.
No problem. I'm just thinking, where's that? But I do know a bit of a freak anyway. Things on the brain as it comes. I know it is. Right, excellent.
And that couple brought up Matt Tully's 50 as well.
Right.
50 off his 7. He's got a wicket, but he's paid the price for dropping short a few times.
Yeah, just whatever.
2 overs to go, so Sidma had even.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Continues this impressive spell. It'll be his last over. But, it out. Decent little pace here, Sid. It's not ones have a few paces. It's coming down nicely. That's going to be wide though. And 32nd wide of the innings. The extras are broken 40 now. That could go anywhere, but it's gone straight to extra cover. And another one that seems to have just died in the pitch a little bit. Nick Anderson looking to hit it up and over, but picked up Matt Tully at extra cover. And that's a very useful wicket for Bowden because we know how dangerous Nick Anderson is. 3 sixes, to go with 6 fours in that innings of 64, but he's out. Has to depart. And that could have a real impact on what Didsbury achieve in his last 10 balls as Liam Booth replaces him. Good round of applause for the Didsbury captain. Good start to his season with the bat. 64 off 68 for him. But a rather soft dismissal in the end. And the score to 46. So now 10 balls remaining, and Liam Booth, who's a big hitter but a very intelligent batsman, will look to work the ball around into the gaps and into the spaces. But Sidma Hadeven has done a terrific job, and perhaps the skipper Jack Tipton will be regretting not giving him a few more overs. As it's been 2 for 16 from 4.5 overs at this stage of the innings as well is a terrific return. As James Green has hit hard and straight, and he's hit beautifully for 6. Wow. Well, that's the power of James Green we mentioned. And that's gone. There's a field, there's long off and long on fielders. And he's dissected them both with a very straight, clean hit, which takes Didsbury past 250, 253. He's gone for it again, but Sidma had even saw him coming, I think. And, revenge of sorts, just frustrating the batsman. But nonetheless, been an excellent spell from this young bowler. We want a follow ball to make sure James Green's on strike for the final over, which is almost upon us. And you can see James Green is a double figures with that 6. Good effort. Nick Anderson, Steve Green, Charlie Lowen, batting really well today. Didsbury will be very happy with this, having been put in. Sid Mahadevan, 2 for 23 from his 5 overs, so as I said, I think he bowled really, really well. It's going to be Matt Tully to finish out for Bowden, so Rob Lord, Joe Chappell not bowling out. Lord hobbling a bit, so maybe that's the reason we haven't seen him back in action. Seen him with the limping around in front of us to come into extra cover. We've got square leg back on the boundary, mid wicket back on the boundary on the leg side, and long on. And Sid Mahadevan's come out to deep extra cover on the boundary. James Green was hit wide. They were thinking of 2. Oh, they're going to get 2 in the end as well, because it was a very good throw that hit the stumps. Nobody was quite alert to pick the rebound up, so James Green turns 1 into 2, stays on strike. Certainly be looking to clear the boundary in this over, James. Swinging very hard, but only going to get, should only be 1 this time. So Ross Stellan, I think that is, on the mid-wicket boundary fields. And Brindley and Booth. The general down to face. Now, he's got a huge gap on the leg side. There's nobody in the circle on the leg side in front of the wicket. So 1 anywhere he wants it. I'm sure he'll have seen that too. Yeah, he's going to get a single. But, long on, I think that's Lucas Selby. The race in to the fielding circle just to keep that to 1. 258, 4-7. Should be a single yet. Rob Lord not doing anything other than stopping the ball now, sensibly, just keeping it to 1. Extra cover. The groundsman's just got a cup of tea. He's just about to go out and do some work. There we are. I'll probably sit and drink that now. That's down the leg side. It's a wide. Oh, it should be a run out. No. So it's 2 wides. With a sharp bit of running from James Green, who went through, and the wicketkeeper just, I think, realised too late that they were running, ran up to the stumps, removed the bails, but Squadron umpire Simon Pomfret said no, he's made his ground, so that's 2 wides, 34 of those now. Still 2 balls to be bowled, and James Green on strike. Oh, and for all that huge swing, you missed it. It's dots. And the final ball, right on the cut-off time. Stop the matter now for Bowden. As he's got hold of that, James Green, the final ball, it's a bit too short, it's gone for 6. Out onto the road. And a terrific end to the Didsbury innings, which finishes on 267. 4-7. 22 off 15. James Green finishes with the final ball of the innings going for 6. You can see the damage to Matt Tully's figures, 8 overs for 63. He finishes with. So Bowden will require 268 to win. It's a win-lose game today, so it's nothing in between. And we'll start again at 10 to 4. The graphics will come up and show the scorecard and the bowling figures, etc. as we go on, and we'll join you again in about a half an hour. So we're just, yeah, well, yeah. Oh. Yes, all good, Graham, thank you. Chris even, let's try that again.
So how do I get my batters on?
Just Chris, new innings.
New innings. That's it? Right.
So we're ready to go here at Didsbury for the reply of Bowden, chasing 268 for victory. Wallaker, second one there. That's him. Yeah, left arm over. Jonty Wallaker, his league debut today for Didsbury, joining us during the close season, and a good acquisition too. I saw him in our pre-season friendly at St Anne's last week, and he took 3 early wickets. But starts his Didsbury career with a wide. And, looked well wide of the off stump, that one. We're square on here. But Jack Tipton, the Bowden captain, had nothing to do with that. So Bowden already up and running. Massive wides, 39 in the Didsbury innings, and there'll be a few, you would imagine, for Bowden. That was a bit closer, and he was groping at thin air for that one. That's Jack. Yeah, 34 wides and 42 extras in the Didsbury innings. So Bowden will not be pleased with that, which has made their task, already a difficult task, already even harder. But they'll want to get a good start. So I was saying earlier, this is a win-lose match, 50 overs a side in this first part of the Premier Division season. Oh. And the temptation to go for the shots, of course. The first 10 overs, just 2 fielders back. I'm looking at who they are. James Green's down at long leg. That's Liam Booth down at third man, who I think we'll see in action next. Looking who else is where. Nick Anderson must be at mid-off, he is. Steve Green at mid-on. He's had another go at that, but that's 2 wide again, and another wide on the score for Bowden. Just looking at the 2 slips. Is that Leach and Semi there? Or is that Will Street? I beg your pardon there, isn't it? Yeah, James Green at cover. No, it is Sam Leach and Rob Semi in the slips. Tim Hughes at backward point. And that's again to James Green, so in action again, just 1 more ball to go in this over. Yeah, so it's Will Street down at long leg, Jack Hastings in at mid-wicket. Sorry, square leg more than mid-wicket on the leg side. Another wide. You can immediately tell from where we are the batsman's shape that they're going to leave it because it's too wide, and they know they're going to get a wide for it. So 3 on the board already for Bowden. As we were saying earlier, it will be a test for all the bowlers this season. A very strict interpretation. And that's driven out for no run to mid-off. So first over concludes with 3 on the board. All extras. So it'll be Liam Booth to bowl from the Fletcher Moss end. Matt Tully to take strike, as we said, a former captain of Bowden. Jack Tipton. Is it 3 seasons now he's been skipper, Jack? Or
As well.
is it 3 seasons he's been skipper? Something like that.
This will be his third one, I think.
Yeah, okay. But, 2 experienced players batting, and they want to get Bowden off to a good start. There's a big task on today. Just looking again at the field. So 2 slips. Sam Leach at first and Rob Semi at second. Tim Hughes at backward point. We've got cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and backward square leg. And all the fielders hands in pockets. It is very chilly out there. It looks quite pleasant as Matt Tully just plays that out into the backward point region. But that one left alone. Tully just defensively forward. It's important that they get a good start, these two. So it's not. It looks very pleasant on the pictures, but the temperature is somewhere below what you would think. And Matt Tully in just a short sleeve top is a braver man than me. And already just a slight delay as Charlie Lowen decides he's going to stand up. Matt Tully presumably a stride or 2 down the pitch to negate any late movement as best he could, but he's got to be back within his crease now as Booth is coming in, and that's whistling past the edge. Sam Leach has come out of the slips as well, so he's in a strong appeal for LBW, but it looked like he got a good stride into me, Matt Tully, and umpire Simon Pomfret also thought so as well, said not out. But a good start for Liam Booth, maiden. And a tidy maiden as well at that, so 2 overs negotiated for Bowden. Now they've also got the additional element of DLS to contend with, as Jack Tipton gets off the mark with one nicely turned away down to long leg. Will Street to field. I'll see him with the ball later. But, it won't come into batters today, I don't think, because of weather interruptions, but it will serve as a guide throughout the innings for where Bowden need to be. Becomes more relevant after 10-15 overs when the innings is developed much more as Wallaker in first ball, and oh, nicely across. Not Tully there, plays inside it. And just carefully play it out. Tully, you can see with the two slips in there waiting for that edge. They're further back than they appear to be on your picture. The ball's at a reasonable pace, Jonty. And that's a more accurate over. Jonty Wallaker will be happier with that so far for where he wants them in terms of direction. Again, just nicely bowled, well defended, so better over for Jonty. I'll be looking to finish it off with one right on the spot. Oh, it's just whizzed past the edge. Half an appeal from the slips, but Tully did not touch that, so he survives that one, and we're on to 4 off 3. Liam Booth will be proud to have his first bowl at the Bowden captain. Jack Tipton tends to likes bowling to lefties, does Liam. But he's gonna come around the wicket as well. Three slips in now. Steve Green's got into that slip cordon. He's the third of the 3. And Jack Tipton showing some good judgment there and leaving that one alone. Far away. Orthodox field. Jonty Wallaker down at fine leg, but otherwise everyone's in the circle. 3 on the offside, and Tim Hughes and James Green on the leg side. That's going to be a wide though. That's drifted too far down the leg side. Short. He might be a bit disappointed to have missed out there, Jack Tipton. Just dragged it out to mid-on. Looking around elsewhere at the scores going on. Nantwich have made a good start at Neston, chasing 168. They're 60 for none off 10. Cracking start there. Tough 9 for 1, chasing 187 on to Chester. Strikes Jack Tipton on the thigh pad. Right, 50 for 3 at Oxton. Chasing 1-2-6. Mostly left. Tidy over from Liam Booth. Just the wide, the only run off it so far. Oh, a single, well taken. Jack Tipton off the last ball, so. So we're 6 off 4 overs, quiet start. As far as Bowden are concerned, they'll be happy they haven't lost a wicket. Jonty Wallaker in. Oh, dug out well. Good throw as well from Jack Hastings. Hits the stumps but can't prevent the single. Well dug out by Tipton. Remarkable game in Division 1 that we've already seen. Brooklands 92 all out. I mean 29 for 7. Bull Cheadle out for 47. So we're going to get a couple of wides here. That's down the leg side. Yep, so 2 wides off that delivery. And as we've said, this will be the pattern we think for a fair bit of these games. Nice shot from Jack Tipton, but straight out to his opposite number. Mid off, Nick Anderson. Oof. And that one further past the edge. Oh, that looks very wide again. Jack Tipton struggling to get across. Another wide signalled from umpire Chris Hyde. Wide's already up to 7. And Didsbury better accuracy from Jonty Wallaker. Again, and another big, a wide ball though, umpire signalling. Couldn't quite tell how wide that was from where we're looking, but umpire Chris Hyde again. Getting some exercise with the wide signal, I've had plenty of them. keep themselves warm, and that's 8 wides now. Didsbury have given to Bowden. That's 2 full and driven nicely by Jack Tipton. That's going to be the first Bowden boundary of the new season. Goes to the skippers, hit that nicely all along the ground through extra cover. That's full again, nicely dug out to backward point. So 9 runs in total off that over. Bowden's best of the replies so far. You can see the Didsbury comparison with the run rates, all a little bit early for that to be truly significant. But, Bowden will just want to keep wickets intact initially. John Chappell, Ross Salem, and of course Rob Lord. The other capable batters in that Bowden lineup, so they'll be looking to certainly hold their own in the Premier Division this year, having been regular members of it for many years. Relegated a couple of years ago, but then promoted straight back last year. And as I say, I'll be fancying the chances, I would think, of at least being able to compete. So there's some very experienced players there, a couple of new additions for them. The ground apparently is still has been struggling with the rain, but they'll be hopeful of getting that sorted out as soon as. Yeah. Well, you've been fairly regular in the Prem. 3 years in a row. They won it back in the earlier days.
Season were demoted.
Okay.
And then it was 2 years ago they were promoted.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yep.
down now.
Back up again.
Season's
Yeah, it is his second. Okay, yeah. There you go. Matt Tully, defending again. Interested in a run, but still can't get off the mark. 15 balls now. Capable of giving it quite a biff is Matthew. I've umpired a few games where he's been playing, and if he hits it, you don't want to be in the way of it. A big shout, and LBW is given by umpire Simon Pomfret, so Matt Tully doesn't get off the mark. In the end, he's trapped by Liam Booth, the general, picking up his first League One of the season. And handy breakthrough for the home side, 15 for 1. This is Andy, yeah.
No,
Ross, beg your pardon. Ross Zellum, I beg your pardon. You're getting my names confused, beg your pardon. Ross Zellum, who's I noticed in the Cheshire team. He's going to be making his Cheshire bow, hopefully, next weekend. Cheshire have start their season with a series of T20 double headers. I always think it's very demanding, and Ross and Rob Lord have both been included in the 12. The first games are away, but again the venue's been switched. I think they're playing Staffordshire, but in a new venue because the original one is not fit. But Ross, who's been a regular number 3 for Bowden for a few years now, hasn't he? So, and he's certainly makes his fair share of runs there. Handy fielder as well, but it's the job with the bat that he's got. And he's got one ball to face of Liam Booth's over, but we're going to have a little delay because the sight screens need to be moved. So it just gives me a chance to talk about the Duckworth Lewis par, which we've said will be in a matter. I don't think it's available on your screen. We might have to try and work on the graphics to get it included. It's just a guide, and it has been at around 13 or 14 with no wicket, but that wicket has gone, and the DLS par has leapt up to 35 already. So it's, in other words, roughly speaking, in the game, you'd need to be 35 to be about where you need to be now. It's it really is a 20-odd run jump just with a wicket fall, and shows how much wickets matter. Of course, that's what DLS does anyway. Liam Booth will prepare to bowl his first ball, and Ross Zellum is, well, he's completed a single, running halfway down and halfway back. Jack Tipton never interested in that, and that would have been a calamitous start had that hit, but as it was, Ross survives. That's a wicket maiden for the general, and Bowden 15 for 1 after 6. So that's the start Didsbury will have wanted. As Jonty Wallach runs in, the ball to Tipton. Struck on the pad, but shaping leg side-ish. Bowler not really interested, and certainly the umpire wasn't either. So yes, hopefully in these games DLS will just act as a guide and nothing else. We don't need it for over target calculation purposes, but it does provide a fascinating guide. As Liam Booth comes round from third man into to cover, that's a gift, a full toss. And Jack Tipton just nice and calmly in that trademark style of his, very languid, isn't trying to overhit the ball, just lets the ball hits the bat, times it straight down the ground and picks up a second boundary. He's into double figures. Two full, that's it's going to be consecutive fours, I think. Yes, it is. Beats the dive of the fielder at backward point. Got a hand to it, I think, Tim Hughes, but couldn't stop the ball from going onto the boundary. So let's go on to 23. And he's might well get a third one here because he's edged that where Liam Booth was. Indeed he does. Down to third man. Slightly less convincing shot, but nicely controlled by the Bowden captain. And he's raced on to 15, so I haven't put that, hasn't gone on. He's raced on to 19 now, he is. 27. The score, I thought that had gone on. Apologies, but there it is now. So a test for Jonty Wallach. Back on the mark there. Huge appeal, but again, umpire Chris Hyde, who said no to a lot of things today. I think in fact he said no to everything today. Sounded a bit like a bit of bat involved, possibly, but either ways, it's not out. And another good over for Bowden, 12 off it. All to the skipper. So some early conundrums for Nick Anderson. Jonty Wallaker's 4 overs have gone at a run of ball, pretty much 25 of his 4. Liam Booth, typically economical, 3 overs for 2. As Ross Sellum is aerial, but he's well wide of the square leg fielder. It's going to just trickle away for 4 runs. And Ross Sellum off the mark in style. It's a bit uppish, but he's perfectly safe through the gap. That's 4 fours in 7 balls now for the Bowden account. And they're catching that DLS guide up. It's 38 now at the end of this over, so it's into the 30s, 31 for 1. Didsbury at this stage were just 19 for 1, so Bowden well ahead of that. And just 2 fielders allowed out in these first 10 overs, so beating the infield is pretty much, if you can time it, you're going to get a boundary. Plenty of bowling options for Didsbury, with James Green and Nick Anderson with the pace as well, and Steve Green and Will Street with spin, so they've got plenty of options. Liam Booth right on the mark, and Ross Sellum immaculately forward, defending. Oh, so I've just seen Middlesbrough 4-0 up at Cardiff. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Glorious. Glorious. As the over comes to an end. Sorry, I was momentarily distracted by that. The 2 Didsbury bowls, you can see a bit of a contrast in the figures in the first 4 overs. What's Nick Anderson going to do? It's still going to be Jonty Wallaker. Another wide, not a good start to the over for Jonty Wallaker, but Jack Tipton and Bowden quite happy. 9th wide. It's nicely stroked out, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. Careful in defence, Jack Tipton. And again, tidier from John T. Wallaker now. He's a very good judge of where his off stump is, Jack Tipton. He's quite happy to bide his time. He knows that someone's going to have to stick around for a while to give Bowden a real chance of having a tilt at this. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Off the edge of the bat, that one out to Tim Hughes at backward point. I see Steve Green down at fine leg with his hands firmly in his pockets. He'll be wanting to keep those warm for when he's bowling later. My fellow scorer Viv still snuggled up there, hands in pockets too. Should be getting a cup of tea soon. So that's nicely worked away. Jack Tipton for a single. Finish better over, just 2 runs from it. The wide and the single off the last ball. Moves in again, but nicely turned away by Jack Tipton for a 1.
The media's full covered. There's still going to be a lot of floor. Right. 34 for 1. Just one's unders, brother. 2 or 4. I mean, there might be more, but today it's just under. We're on the 10th. Sorry, the 9th. We are on the 10th.
So Ross Sellon back now to face Liam Booth. Nicely driven up to mid-on. So correction, mid-off. So fairly orthodox field, no slip now. Jack Hastings at deep backward square leg as well. Rob Semi's gone to square leg. Well straight at mid wicket on this leg side, which Rob Semi is now just immediately picked out by Ross Sellon. Backward point, sort of forward cover, extra cover, and mid off. Half an appeal there, but no real conviction in it. Reflects. Oh, that one squirts away off the edge. Be a long chase for Tim Hughes. Down to third man, and as you might just see there, in vain. So it's gone all the way along the ground for 4. Second boundary for Ross Salem. And that's turned away for another single out to a deep backward square. Ross Salem nicks the strike, 6 off the over. So the first 10 completed. And I don't think Bowden will be too unhappy actually, just lost a wicket. You can see the run rates fluctuated, but picking up now nicely. See, Didsbury managed to maintain a fairly steady push after a quiet start. And with power play 2 now in place, so they can have up to 4 men out of the circle if they wish to, Didsbury, for the next 30 overs. $39 for 1. So Didsbury was 28 for 1 after 10. So you can see it's 2 similar starts. The DLS figure, the comparison figure, is at 46, so not miles away. Any means, Bowden, as I say, they'll just be happy to have lost 1 wicket in those first 10. Keep it nice and tidy from their perspective. That's nicely turned again by Ross Salem. Liam Booth has been moved back down to that. Oh, he's gone down to that end of his bowling. He's come down smartly to keep it to just a 1 run. Nicely stroked out to extra cover. Jack Tipton looking confident now. So 33 balls, so he's certainly getting the pace of the pitch and the measure of the bowling. Oh, that's going to be a wide. A terrific take by Charlie Lowen on the leg side, but it will be another wide. They're into double figures now. 10 wides out of 41. There's a large percentage of runs. That's going to be 4 runs flicked away. Again, just on those pads of Jack Tipton's, and he's really adept at nudging the ball around. Hi Matt, how are you? Very well, thank you. Keeping warm.
Is it warm in there?
Whoa, it's not too
Would you like another layer, Viv?
Well, there's some good manners from our former Bowden captain, Matt Tully. Disappointed at being out, but nonetheless thinking of his fellow scorer and offering to get some additional warmth, jumpers, etc. from the changing room. It's very good of him. There's John T. Wallaker in for the final ball of his 6th over. Jack Tipton carefully played it out. And got another good over for Bowden. 6 from that one as well, with the wide. down to 45, and well ahead of Didsbury at the same stage, only 35.
Would you like a layer?
Fine, thanks, Matt. I'm managing, mate. Thank you very much, though, for offering.
Heard you got a full Renault.
Similar to the previous over off Liam Boo, that one squirting away off the edge of Ross Salem's back, all on the ground, and kind of outfield, despite being damp, is still running quite quickly. Another boundary, his third in 14 runs. These two have added 34 now to run a ball, so encouragement for the visitors. As Liam Booth just making a few alterations. Tim Hughes has dropped right back to sort of a short third man. Oof. So that one just whizzes past the edge. So that third man, a square point, extra cover, and mid on. Mid off on the offside. Bowden will be pleased with his start. 49 for 1. They've got DLS up. That's just at 50 now, and ahead of Didsbury at the same stage in comparison. Didsbury were 42 for 1 at this stage. Run rate's good. Well ahead of what they need, or round about where they need, rather. So, oof. Now that was into pad, and it looked like Liam was going to appeal and realised he could try and catch it. Didn't do either. But Ross Salem survives, so he's on 14. Jack Tipton on 25. The batter's just having a chat about things, as we're going to see a change of bowling, and this looks like James Green. He is. John T. Wallaker, 6 overs for 33. That first ball, yeah, James Green, yeah.
49, James?
Yeah. It is, yeah, it is.
But yeah, and it's just on the first couple of days, the foundations were done, concrete was laid.
So, slightly disappointing start for John T. Wallaker. No, the wides and quite a few past the edge of the bat, but he'll have wanted a wicket or two. But we'll quite possibly see him later. We're going to see James Green for now, some more pace, but over the wicket to Jack Tipton. You can get a better view for James in the centre. You see the sight screens being organised. So James Green in, and immediately starts with a wide. Good ball to a right-hander perhaps, but to the left-hander Jack Tipton. Another run on the score, and the Bowden 50 is up. Run a minute as well. They got 50 minutes they've been batting. It's 13th over, so good progress being made. And again, same again. Yep. So James Green immediately needs to readjust here. Single there for Skipper. Didn't get hold of it cleanly, bit of a thick edge, but a single nonetheless. Squirts out on the leg side. So right-hander for James Green now to bowl at. He faced 2 balls at that end, Ross Salem, so far out of his 20. So that's the theory, so we'll see. Short scooped round Ross Salem, but he's picked the fielder out either foot either side, and that's 4. But James Green got away with that one a little bit. That's controlled edge.
I literally live on the Water Road, which is just around the corner here. I could walk around here in like 5 minutes, and I keep like walking around, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, how the hell is this like this? Bowden.
Well, 3rd wide in this over. 13 wides already in 13 overs. And Didsbury will need to tighten this up, because this is going to start getting a concern. We saw how the Bowden bowlers struggled, and it's in the same story. Oh, and a first false shot from Jack Tipton. Completely mistimed that, struck him on the pad. .54 for 1, 268 the target, so another 214 required. So a lot of batting to do, but getting themselves in a good position, Bowden. So, another shot Jack Tipton will be very pleased with, but he survives. So Liam Booth going to continue with his 7th. Nice to see you, Matt. This is still Booth, yes, he's still plugging away, bowling at Ross Zellum. These two have added 39 in good time and getting the side in a good position. Dead level with DLS now, which is a good effort to get back square with that. The way Didsbury were 59 at this stage, so again in good position.
What's the score? 54 plus 1.
Yeah, so what did you have last over? Nicely hit straight again. Booth can't stop it. But as Liam Booth is in, a smart piece of work by Charlie Lowen, but umpire Crusado moved. Hang on. Yeah, nice piece of bowling and a nice piece of work. But Ross Zellum's back foot firmly where it needed to be. A tidy over, a nice maiden from Liam Booth, needed really from Didsbury's perspective. His third maiden of the innings. Seven overs, 1 for 16, Liam Booth now. Very reliable as ever. So he's got 3 left. James Green the second. And he's got to get this line better for Jack Tipton. You can see there it's just coming in. So that's too short. Scooped round the corner. Jack Tipton for a single. Short again, another pull, but picks the fielder out. Tim Hughes at square leg. Bit of encouragement for James Green from the fielders. Didsbury just searching for this breakthrough. Nice little crowd in here, most of them huddled up. Had a few players from other clubs knocking about as well, frustrated by their postponements today. But I don't know. The ground's been so well worked on here. That's too high, I think, to interest the umpire. No appeal from the bowler, but a dot, that's as useful. And, such a fantastic job done on the ground here. It's so many people have remarked just how incredible it looks compared to the state of things elsewhere. All the grounds have struggled with the rain, drainage and preparation issues. There's a good tidy over from James Green comes to an end. Just one off that, so one off the last two. Didsbury just getting a bit more of a grip on proceedings. Persist with Liam Booth, they are going to. Looks like he might bowl through the general. That's certainly why he's in such good groove. Makes sense to do that. He's going to resume battle with Jack Tipton. When did he last bowl at Jack? Yes, he bowled. So he's, gosh, just looking at my sheet here. So he has bowled. 1, 2, 3. He's bowled 2 balls in the last 6 overs to Jack. So it's a new challenge for both of them. Liam coming round the wicket to the left-hander straight away as he does. Oh, no, sorry, correction. He's just bowled 1 ball in the last 6 overs at Jack Tipton. That's the second one he's bowled at him. So he's just double checking my sheet again. Oh, and that's nicely past the edge. Charlie Lowens has such a good job standing up behind the stumps. No room for error there for the batter. Oh, it's edged. Just wide of the slip. That's going to be... there's a pre-signal there from the umpire. What's this for? Bye. Oh, it wasn't edged after all. I thought it had... It must have hit the wicket keeper. Apologies, from our view that looked like an edge, but struck the keeper just wide of the sprawling deep slip. Single is the result, a bye. Brings Ross Selam back on strike, so Liam Booth will be back over the wicket. Good tight spell now for Didsbury. It's 3 runs off the last 16 balls bowled. That run rate, required rate's still well above 6. So, a bit of pressure on the Bowden batters. And it's come through. Yeah, he's bowled him. He's bowled him, Liam Booth. Ross Selam, I think, played on there with that one. I think there was a little bit of bat in that, but the net result is the stumps have been well and truly rattled, and a second wicket for Liam Booth and Didsbury, and they will welcome that. Ross Selam, 15 for 3 fours, but he's out now, has to depart. Just awaiting the next batter. A 41 partnership those two put on in just 11 overs. Is this Joe? It is Joe Chappell. Coming out to replace Ross Sellum, son of Glenn, of course, and a promising cricketer. Opened the bowling earlier and often opens the batting as well. He was doing a few times last season, but batting at 4 today. The job to do for his side. 56 for 2. Run rate over 6 now, and DLS again drifting out. 79 the comparison, what they need to be. So that wicket making a big difference for the home side. And Liam Booth again, the man, 2 for 16. 1 ball left in his 8th over. It's been another fantastic effort from the general. Never lets the side down. And this is first ball into Joe Chappell. That's right in on the stumps, and Joe Chappell tucking it out to mid-wicket. So a wicket maiden is the net result. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16 from Liam is quite superb. And Didsbury this last 3 overs have produced just 2 runs and a wicket, and that's a terrific effort from the home side. Put them well in control now. If James Green can get his radar firing as well. Another wicket now really would be crucial. But Jack Tipton, the Bowden captain. Oh, that's a little flirt at that. That's unlike Jack. He survives that, but a lot on his shoulders. He's got himself in nicely, but would want some runs out of Joe, Rob, Lord coming in, Sid Mahad even. There's plenty of batting to come with James Sanders. Xander as well. Oh, no. Another wide. Again, Didsbury just letting this pressure slip a bit. Wide number 14. Just checking the full-time scores, and Middlesbrough conceded a goal. 4-1 they won at Cardiff. We'll take that. Oh, they're losing. More amusement as Viv's team, Sunderland, another defeat, and that's another wide as well. Talk about repetitions of things. Didsbury having just built pressure, do not want to let it slip off with these free runs. The ball again. They need to think about, I think, in fact, yeah, he's going to come round the wicket, James Green. It's credit to him. He's not happy with giving away so many. He knows he needs to do something. So of these 16 wides, 13 have been bowled at Jack Tipton at the left-hander. So it just goes to show how much the Didsbury bowlers have struggled with the line they need to a left-hander, and they've got to learn from that. There's plenty of other left-handers around in the division. So James Green in round the wicket. And straight away Jack Tipton just picks out a gap with a nice comfortable single. So that'll be another change now as James Green will be back over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Chappell. Slower ball there. James Green. But, Joe Chapel not tempted. What was his highest score last season, Viv? Do you remember?
Joe, 49.
He didn't get 50. I thought he did not. A talented player. He'd be looking for some commitments with school fixtures and other games. He's on the Lancashire second 11 staff as well, Joe Chapel. So he'll certainly have a busy season of cricket. The chairman just saying hello. Checking in as well.
To watch him because he plays proper cricket.
A couple of strides down the pitch there from Joe Chapel, but doesn't play a shot in the end. So 3 off the over, a couple of wides. So 59 for 2 off 17. The score. So we are going to. Liam's going to continue. I think he might as well. He's bowling so well. We've got 2 more overs left. He's causing problems. It's well stopped at slip. That was too wide. Rob Semi took that one straight on the hand. It's a rare loose delivery from Liam Booth. It's better, back in the groove there. Oh, and beats him. It's a beauty. Not many have genuinely beaten Jack Tipton today, but that one did. He played at that. Whizzed past the edge. Again, Didsbury just tightening the grip. The run rate drifting out ever more. 6.3 now required. Second slip coming in, so Sam Leach is coming to first slip there. Jack Hastings up to backward point. Rob Semi second slip, so Didsbury just sensing perhaps there might be an opportunity here. Oh, and again, just past that edge. Let's have a look. 5 o'clock. Oh, just gone 5 past now, isn't it? There we are. Yeah, and a nice tidy spell, tidy delivery to end an excellent over. Just a wide first ball from it. .60 the score of 18 overs.
How many did Sam Leach make?
Okay, that's fine. There's James Green in for his 4th over. Joe Chappell just defending that one out. So let's have a look. The rate now just on 6.5, just drifting out all the time. DLS at 85 as well as a further guide. So just showing that Bowden are getting themselves into a little bit of a rut. There's appeals from various parts of the field. Again, not very much from the bowler. It might have been a bat onto pad or something, but couldn't see exactly. But now he's taken a few strides down the pitch, young Joe. You can see that one, maybe two. I don't know if that's premeditated or he's doing it on its merits each ball, but not brought in much joy so far. Still not off the mark yet. 8 balls he's faced. James Green clearly happier bowling to the right-hander. Yeah, he's clearly playing on its merits. That's fair enough. He's moved across there to that one, but again, just happy to let it go. Oh no, slightly odd shot there. Joe Chappell seemed to be tending to leave it alone, but then played at it in the process of trying to leave it. Got enough bat on it, safe enough. Sam Leach in from a very square point. Oh, and that's past the edge. Oops. But a good over from James Green, a maiden, clearly much happier bowling at the right-hander. The 5th maiden of the innings in the 19 overs. 60 for 2 the score. And last 5 overs, just 6 runs from Bowden for the loss of a wicket. So they're really, as I say, getting themselves into a rut here. And they'll need to think about breaking those shackles. As Liam Booth will complete his final over. Excellent spell. A play and a miss from Jack Tipton, but umpire Simon Pomfret indicating a wide. Yeah, we should have mentioned that the wides have now got a half century into 50 in the match. So, Tipton carefully forward. Driven out to extra cover, Will Street, who's short sleeves on. Goodness, what's the matter with some people? It's freezing. He's going to have to bowl some overs as well, so he wants to get his hands nice and warm. Yes, they fielded. patience from Jack Tipton. Just carefully over the ball. Just 2 balls to see off of Liam Booth's spell. There's a big appeal here for it's glanced the glove or something. A lot of confidence from the fielding side, but no interest from the umpire. Could only have flicked the glove on the way through if it had touched anything, but we can't tell from here, of course. And the only man that mattered said not out. Simon Pomfret, who we'll see a fair bit of in the Premier Division this season, and had a good start today. So Jack Tipton plays out the final ball of Liam Booth's excellent spell. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18 is absolutely superb. Easily the spell of the day, you can see it there. And after 20 overs, as a result, Bowden are 61 for 2. So the requirement for the 207 of 30 overs, that's nearly 7 and over they need. As James Green starts into Joe Chappell, who is off the mark with a nicely controlled push out on the offside through square. Open his account. 1 off 12 for him. So he's going to be around the wicket again. James Green now to the left-hander. Nice length. And, Jack Tipton can do is defend it. Sherman completes another lap, looking frozen. A slow ball, which Jack Tipton just pulls in a controlled fashion all along the ground. 4-1. Let's look at when the last boundary was in the 12th over. So you can see how much Didsbury have tightened this. It's 49 for 1 after 12, and now just 63, almost some 9 hours later. Chappell again taking that little stride down the pitch, but just watching it go by. Another nice drive from Joe Chappell out into the offside. Just another single. That's a great ball to end the over just past the edge. Jack Tipton feeling for that one. So tidy over, just 3 off it. That's just 8 off the last 5 overs now. For Bowden as Didsbury get a real grip on this game. There'll be a new bowler and it will be Will Street, the right arm spinner, who will replace Liam Booth. Also another debutant this season for Didsbury. Very well at St Anne's last week in our pre-season game, or well, what shouldn't have been a pre-season game, it was a hastily arranged friendly. Took an excellent catch at second slip as well during that innings, and 8 tidy overs, but the real business here for him. He's going to be bowling to the right-hander, and he's going to have ringer feelers all around. So he's got short fine leg, backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. He's got deep forward square on the boundary. That's Jack Hastings. And on the offside, 3 in the circle, James Green, John T. Wallaker and skipper Nick Anderson. Sam Leach back on the cover boundary as Will Street comes in for his first ball. And he's got a strangle first ball. Oh. And Joe Chappell is trying to turn it round the corner, has got a very fine edge, that's a sticking him way to be out. So Will Street's very first ball in league cricket for Didsbury yields a wicket. Not the classical method necessarily, but an important one. And a very valuable one for his side. Just trying to identify the new bat. It's not Rob Lord. I wonder if he was struggling in the innings. I think this is John Sanders who's gone in. Oh. Or was it Lucas then? So we think the wicket-keeper John Sanders has gone in. No. Has gone in and he's right in the thick of it, in the action. We think this is John Sanders, the Bowden wicket-keeper. I think in a matter of well, that looks like it's straight to Jack Hastings. He's caught it. Second ball, he's caught it on the deep forward square leg boundary. Made a bit of a meal of it, but clung on. And that's 2 wickets in 3 balls. And the game has decisively turned now, you feel. We think that's John Sanders. Apologies if not. We're just working on the identification, but it's not strictly germane because the important thing is that the wicket has fallen. Oh, okay. confusion, but we are satisfied, and that was John Sanders, who only lasted 2 balls and gave Will Street a second wicket in 3. And we're now going to see Lucas Selby. Hastings struggled it a little, but plug on. So in contrast to John T. Waller coming in his debut, Will Street, what a start for him, 2 wickets and 3 balls. Bowden 64 for 4. And now really got the work cut out. I assume Rob Lord must be injured because he would have been back by now. We saw him hobbling around in the field earlier. Didn't complete his allocation, but bowled 7 overs at the start and then didn't bowl again. So, sorry, just correcting our on-screen. A double wicket maiden to start your Didsbury career with is not too shabby. And you can see the disastrous effect that's had in generally just the complete season up of runs. As it's going to be all spin. Steve Green is going to bowl now from this the far end for you. Now the Pars would end. And just going back to that comparison. You can see that Bowden have suddenly fallen right out of it and they've struggled for runs. No boundaries in some 10 overs now. And that clatter of wickets as well has given them a mountain to climb. We've got another delay while the sight screen is moved, but we'll get that sorted out. Oh, and that's a drop behind backward square. And a single for Jack Tipton. Gets alive there. Goodness me. James Green. Oh, Geraldine Robinson, if you're watching, you have a well-wisher here who's just popped by the box to say hello. Well, hopefully not. Well, hopefully he's not seen with his pads on for a while, but he'll probably be needed in the middle of where we're going, so you can watch him for yourself. So there we are. So, life for Steve Green, his brother dropping a catch there at backward square, which you won't be pleased with. I can sort that out later. There's Lucas Selby on debut for Bowden. Saw him early with the ball, just 3 overs, but he's got a job to do with the bat, that is for sure. From Bowden's perspective, a long way behind now in the game, but they just need to start to get a partnership together. Jack's had a life. Jack Tipton, he's been in all innings. That's nicked, edged and gone. And Sam Leach has clung on to a beauty. As we were saying about potentially building a partnership, Steve Green turns one away from the right-hander, and a very smart piece of work at slip by Sam Leach ensures that it's a 5th Bowden wicket falling. And Lucas Selby, not a great debut of him, I say 3 rather expensive overs. And now a duck to go with it. makes his way out onto the ground, and he's clearly struggling with a leg injury of some sort. His side in dire straits now, 65 for 5, and if he's struggling with his leg, I mean, he would be entitled to a runner. That would be fun for us, wouldn't it? No, they are. It's only in international games that they're not, but runners are still prescribed within the laws of the game and perfectly welcome to have one. Although, I suppose if it is an internal injury sustained during the game, a muscle pull or something, you wouldn't be allowed one for an external blow of some description. Anyway, he's not bothered with it, and we know that Rob is well capable of finding the boundary. Very talented player. And here's his first ball, Steve Green in around the wicket. And he's away straight away, but as you can see, gingerly trotting through for that single. Open his account. And now another one. Jack Tipton can't make the most of his life. He's dragged that onto his stumps. And he has to go. So 2 wickets in Will Street's first over, and now Steve Green following suit with 2 in his. And Bowden having been 64 for 2, and now 66 for 6. Slightly disastrous collapse for them, but brilliant from Didsbury. Sid Mahadevan makes his way out to replace his skipper. And Jack Tipton's knock of 30, 63 balls with 5 fours. That comes to an end. He's batting a couple of minutes shy of 100 minutes there, about an hour and 20. Steve Green 2 in his first over, so 4 wickets in 2 overs in total. And that's four wickets in those 12 balls. There's 2 runs added, and it's become a dire situation for Bowden. Oh, that's uppish from Rob Lord, but bounces in front of Tim Hughes at square leg in the end. That's a nice hit, and that's what Rob Lord can do. He's cleared the field easily there with that one, and a welcome boundary for Bowden. First 4 in some 12 overs, nearly that. Rob Lord, that shows what he can do. He's a powerful hitter. There's a man back at low on now if he's minded to do that here, but being as he's on one leg, as it looks like, you can see him hobbling around there and really struggling at the crease. So he'll be looking to crash a few away. He's gone again, and he's cleared mid-wicket. Rob Semi at deep mid-wicket. That's away for another boundary. So Rob Semi now retreating. So we're going to have, it looks like, 4 men in this arc on the leg side. We've got long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and deep forward square leg. So 4 men on this leg side boundary, and it's a big boundary as well. And Rob goes for the reverse sweep, and he's given out. LBW. Umpire Simon Pomfret took a moment to have a look at that and said, that's good enough for me. And this terrible Bowden collapse continues, I'm afraid, for them. Rob the Lord, the latest victim. He departs for 9. So clearly not at full strength. This is Xander. Xander Selby, the new bat. He has bright orange shoes, Xander, so I'm always a fan of that. Makes it nice and easy. Did a terrific job in the field. Bowled his 10 overs as well. Tiredly got through them as well. Bowden was struggling with the over rate, but he helped get that back on side. What comes in a pretty hopeless situation for his side. 74 for 7. So that's 5 for 12 they've lost now, Bowden. And their hopes of taking anything more than bonus points from this match are all but over, you would think. They've got 2 batting points at the moment with this average run rate. To go some to lift that to 3. So it looks like a 5-point return it will be for them. Let's see, Xander Selby nicks that one away. Oh, no, he hasn't, because they've got a pre-sale for the umpire, so we've got a leg bye. I thought he got some bet on it, but it's a leg bye. But it's all run, and he has nicked the strike as well. And there you can see a huge cluster of wickets on that worm. Absolute disaster for Bowden. The scorecard makes a pretty sorry reading. 3 ducks. And amongst that, Steve Green, 2 for 2 in his first over. Will give very little to hit. Oh, just, does that come off? Yeah, just off there. Bounced in front of the slip there, off the edge. Oh, yeah, they worked out there was a single there in the end. Oh, another one for Xander Selby. Gap on the offside. Oh, nicely hit by Sid Benaven. He got one down the leg side there. And has worked it away nicely and got a boundary. That's a nice end to the over for the batter. He is off the mark with a 4. Bowled very well earlier, Sid Benaven. So we've reached the halfway point of the innings with Bowden 80 for 7. Needing another 188. I think that's going to happen. And Didsbury 3 more wickets for victory. We'll join you again after the drinks break. So we're just getting ready for the last stanza of our game here today. Opening game of the Premier Division win-lose segment of the season, and looking very much like Didsbury are going to win. A horrendous collapse from Bowden, who lost 5 for 12 at one stage. From 64 for 2, they're now 80 for 7. And we're restarting with Will Street, bowling to Xander Selby. 3 for 8 in 2 overs. Not bad for your debut performance. So it's a good tight line, this. Okay. Again, asking questions. That's his first blemish, really. Wide ball. Wide number 18. That's been a feature of this game. Both sides. That's a bat onto pad. Caught by Tim Hughes. But no interest at all from umpire Simon Pomfret, and not a lot, to be fair, from the Didsbury fielders. It was just straight off the pad, it seemed, in the end. So on we go. So good over after the interval, just one wide from it. And the key now for Bowden, well, all he can play for now is another batting point.
What are the batting points now?
Well, it's now, it's done on run rate. It's a nice shot from Sid Mahadevan again. He scooped that away for another single. So it's on run rate. So they've got to get between 3 and 3.92. So if they can get it above 4, they'll get 3 points. But at the moment, they're low 3s. And I'm not sure how aware sides are of these new regulations, how they're clever. But there's obviously no point in just surviving, because it's win-lose. But the aim for Bowden is to try and get the rate above 4. Ignore the score, as it were. That's a single is taken there.
Where does that tell you what the run rate is on here?
It doesn't tell you, but you can tell you actually on here. But on here you're at 3. You can just do a quick division sum. But they would need to be around about, well, they'd need to be 104, wouldn't they, to be 4 and over, but after 26. So that's how sides need to learn to think, because you will get nothing at all. Obviously, the win is the ultimate aim, but to get another point now, and it doesn't. Yeah, to get another point, all you can do is get that run rate lifted above 4 and over.
Where did you get that book from, James?
Handbook. Should have them should have plenty of them at your club. You should certainly ask for one. Regardless of its run rate. So So yeah, so there need to be 112 at the end of this. You know, get it.
At the end of what?
The end of this over. But it's looking to get it up to 4 is the key for the batting side now. Now that's come off the back of the bat, and this side, yeah, and it's been appealed, and on the appeal, the batter given out, and Xander Selby threw his head back in disgust there. Didn't feel it did come off the back of the bat. But again, as we've said, the decision that matters is with the umpire, and what's an 8th wicket for Bowden.
James, just to confirm that's out court.
Thank you.
James Bottomley.
Yep. So disappointed Xander Selby departs as James Bottomley replaces him. I was saying earlier, he's a very useful cricketer, James. Didn't see him bowl today, which is a shame. He's certainly a handy bat as well. Does he normally bat higher than this, doesn't he, James?
Maybe 9.
Oh.
But generally it is like 9, 10.
Mm-hmm. So Will Street with a remarkable debut figures of 4 for 9 in 3.5 overs. Then he make it a 5-4 in debut. Bit of interest there as the batsman stumbled trying to get back. 10 all arms in the end. So as for a wicket maiden, and it is indeed a wicket maiden as James Bottomley just defends it out. So 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9. Fantastic figures for Will Street, as you can see again, that disastrous run rate for Bowden, the graph, but a wonderful one for Didsbury, that clatter of wickets. Steve Green to continue. Sid Mahadevan facing him. Whips that away, and he'll get a single. Oh, he's bowled him. Yes, it has bowled him. Yes, I thought that had snuck through the defences. James Bottomley going back. Correction.
Yeah, it is, James.
Yeah. Let's just got 2 on there. Sorry, a slight fault on operating the system there. It's James Bottomley was bowled. And a 3rd wicket for Steve Green as the match nears its conclusion. So Alex Robinson, we were talking to him earlier, in good spirits, and we are going to see him with the bat now. Let's see if he can, well, There's been just a string of notes. There's been 4 notes in this reply. Only 2 bats in double figures, 20 extras, which has boosted the total. So let's hope Alex can at least get off the mark. And sorry, collapse. Bowden 7 for 22 they've lost. And, just have a look on my sheet. That's incredible. 7 overs and they've lost 7 wickets. That is quite the collapse. So just coming into the final stages of the match. As Alex Robinson has indeed got off the mark, and he's going to get a double here. Yeah, there's a... Oh, no. Sid Mahadevan quite sensibly just saying, let's keep it to 1. Which is probably a good idea, and he's off the mark, Alex. Well done. There's no slight on Alex, I think, to say Sid's the more capable batter. He's pulled a single out there to deep mid-wicket. Off the edge, and oh, I think that just bounced in front of Rob Semi. It's very close in there at second slip. Another good firm sweep. He's picked out the short fine leg, Alex Robinson. He'll be a bit disappointed about that. So it was a nice shot. No run though, but good start for him. He's off the mark at least, and we're on 86 for 9. Steve Green 3 for 12. So the spinner's taken 7 for 21 between them. And Will Street looking for that 5 for on debut. Leg slip on a slip. Oh. The leg slip. Tim Hughes, I think that is. Down smartly. Oh, and that's pulled nicely away. And James Green can't get round from deep square leg, and that's second 4 for Sid Mahadevan. Hit that nicely. Oof. Some interest there from the Didsbury fielders as he was playing back was Sid, and could have been trapped there, but got the bat down, pushed it away. Oh, similar again. Nice shot. Nice shot indeed. 4 runs. Oh, beautifully put away there. Bit short, and Sid Mahat even saw that. Rock back, timed it. Big gap. That's a third 4 for him. He's on to 15 now. So he's put a bit of a dent in Will Street's figures. can see the cluster again on the worm of the Bowden wickets, which has finished the match as a contest, but see if Steve Green can finish it off in this over. It's bowling at the number 11. Alex Robinson produced a couple of very nice shots in the previous over. No reason he can't do likewise. And he's gone again with. He's going to go again with the sweep. Yes, he is, but missed that one. Brushed his pad on the way through, so not a wide. Didsbury just making a bit of a change in the field. You can see James Green, he was going to go onto the leg side, but now he's staying on the off. Oh. And Alex Robinson went for the boundary there, went for glory, but missed. It's a very short hit on that side, tempting, I don't blame him. Why ever not? Let's see if he can get hold of this one. Oh, and there was some flight there as well. Steve Green tempted him, but he very correctly just pushed forward. I think he's having a good-natured chat with the close fielders about it. He's gone for a huge, another nicely flighted one there. Missed that one as well. He's going to get hold of one soon. Got to. Oh, well bowled and batted flatter, quicker from Steve Green, but Alex right in behind it, pushed it away. Didn't just swing wildly. Good cricket from him. Oof, that's turned past the edge. Maiden over. Entertaining maiden over. And Will Street will have another chance at his 5 foot, but Sid Mahadevan looked in few problems in the previous over, so it's going to take something decent to get rid of him, I think. Down the pitch first ball, but can't beat the ring of fielders. James Green is out on the deep square leg boundary, but I think he's the only man out. So again, that's defended away carefully. Nicely done for a single.
Will you be going to Neston next week? It
Or
will
at all?
be rearranged.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, apparently so.
All right. Yeah.
You'll get to obviously be informed. But I think they're
It's
going
in
to
the air.
just keep cricket going.
Yeah,
moving.
well, that's
But
it.
just short of mid-on.
It's a heck of a journey.
It is. So you're going to play away next week.
Sounds
Okay.
like it.
Now they just need to be careful, Bowden, because the run rate's dipped to below 3. It's up in the air, or it's gone up again now because he's got hold of that, Alex Robinson. It's only going to be 2. They are going to complete 2 this time, and that is an important 2 because it'll push the run rate above 3 again. If it dips below 3, they will only get 1 batting bonus point. But if they can get it above 3, then it's 2 points, and you never know what difference these things can make.
Of course.
Yeah, see, there you go. And they're just over 3 at the moment. Steve Green in again as Sid Mahdeev in defence. And it's just an interesting little thing now with this run rate situation. It's now dead on 3 with those 2 dots. So another dot here will push it below 3. Which it does. Not sure how aware the players are of these regulations. I would imagine not really up to speed with them. That's nicely hit, but no run. That's well fielded. James Green. It's in the covers. That'll have did hurt a little bit. It's very cold out there for all of fielders. The umpires are struggling to round the corner, but no run. That's a maiden. And the run rate now has dropped significantly to 2.94. Three for 12 from 6 very tidy overs there. You can see a tale of woe with the Bowden partnerships after that excellent stand for the second wicket, 41. There's only this other one's been in double figures since then. But they can still do a job for the side, these two. As I say, a boundary or some runs in this over will help just nudge that run rate back above 3, which is important for Bowden to get as much as they can out the game. Didsbury will get 20 for the win, which will be completed at some point in the not too distant future, I'm sure, as Will Street is in. Alex Robinson is looked very assured with the bat. Has gone for it, and he's not going to get the boundary, but he's got one out to deep mid wicket. The fielder was right on the boundary, and I think a lot of the players now are struggling to pick the ball up. It's not bright at all, as you can tell from your pictures, and the greenery all around the ground. Down the pitch, Sid Mahdeev and Paul scoops it away really for 1. So if they can get 2 more off this over, then they'll nudge the run rate back up above 3, but good natured booing from the Didsbury fielders, the batter blocking it, but he's done a good job, Alex Robinson, at number 11. Very solid in defence and played a couple of nice run scoring shots. He's now waving to the deep mid wicket fielder as if he's saying, come what may, I'm going to put this your way. Will Street again is moving Steve Green back at mid on. So let's see, he doesn't toss it up, and no, he doesn't. And Alex Robinson just firmly again defending. So 99 for 9. But as I'm saying, the relevant thing we're keeping our eye on here is the Bowden run rate. 2.91, so we need at least 4 off this over, possibly 5 to nudge it where it needs to be. Sid Mahed even on strike. He's made a good account of himself, 17 off 24. Oops. I say that, he just slightly false shot, but can't be blamed for that. Inviting gap on the leg side. Oh, and he's got hold of that nicely now. That's going to be a help. I think it's pulled it inside the boundary. Down at fine leg. Good chase back there. Liam Booth was just feeling his shoulder. It's been that sprawling stop. Splendid spell from Liam earlier. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18. There's a half appeal for an LBW. No interest at all in the umpire. Oh, oh, mistimed sweep there. It's off the bottom of the bat. Could have dragged it on, but didn't. Final ball of the over. Again, just defends it. So 100 on the board for Bowden, but it's pretty meaningless only in the game terms, because not only of the margin of victory required, but because the run rate situation 2.89 now, the Bowden run rate, so there's somewhere adrift of nudging that above 3.
But did they still get a point?
Get a point, yeah. They'll still get a bat. If you don't get above 2, you don't get any batting points, but between 2 and 2.9, it's a point. No, he's got hold of that, and that's going to solve the run rate problem, because that, oh, has nearly hit a car. What a splendid shot from Alex Robinson.
It wasn't mine.
It's bounced on the tarmac, I think, and that's that has done his side a power of good, because it's nudged the run rate back above 3. With 1 hit. He was threatening to do it in the previous over, but didn't get the ball he wanted. That was in the slot. It is a long hit out here on the right-hander's leg side, and that is one of the sweetest strikes of the day. Nick Anderson boomed some lovely 6s earlier, and that was hit every bit as sweetly. I think we've got it back. Yeah, the fielders have found it. There's 2 fielders back on this leg side boundary. That was right over their heads. Fabulous shot from Alex Robinson, who's in double figures now. Just the 4th Bowden batter to get there. They've added a very useful 23, and as I say, crucially, they've pushed that run rate now in the right direction for his side. He's down the pitch, he's gone for it again, and he's going to get 4. Is it? Yes, he is. Splendid stuff from the number 11. 6-4, a slight flourish. That's wided. Yeah, that's going to be leg-sided. First wide in a while, but the 19th of the innings. So he's swept again, and he's run the first quickly. But will only be 1. 1-1-3 for 9. Run rate safely above 3 now, so
So we have a measly 5 points, do we?
you will, yeah. Oh, 1-footed pirouette there from Sid Mahed even. That's a bit of a slog, really. You're better than that, Sid. Geared out to mid-wicket, no run. Oh. And slip. Almost getting there. Tumbling round from that sweep that flew off the top edge. Sam Leach diving in vain. And Sid Mahadevan now joins in the fun. Copying his batting partner with a 4 down the ground to end arguably the best over of the innings for Bowden. Partnership now 33 for this last wicket. And Didsbury will want to get off this cold ground as quick as they can, are being detained here. Nice, some spirited hitting and intelligent hitting as well, to be fair, from this last pair. Certainly put a dent in Will Street's figures.
Still green yet?
Yes, it is, yeah. $18 off that over, so he's now 4 for 38. Single off that first ball. And they've certainly done a fine job this last pair. Another single there for Sid Mahadevan. 24 now. Alex Robinson 16. And this 35 partnership has made it not only an air of respectability about it and some good fight, but it secured another batting point. So that's 50 balls they've faced between them, these two, which is a terrific effort. Now that's a bit of a slog. It's up in the air, and Will Street has taken the catch. So he didn't take the last wicket with the ball, but he's taken it with a catch.
See you next week.
As Didsbury complete a comprehensive victory. A really pleasing one to start off with. They've beaten Bowden by 148 runs. So they will pick up 20 points for a comprehensive victory. 4 for 16 Steve Green finishes with. 4 for 38 for Will Street. I just spoke with that last over, the 18 coming off it. Just as I finish off the match figures there, a comprehensive win for the home side. Bowden 119 all out. But that last wicket stand of 35 brought them not only some respectability, but that what could be a very important extra batting point. So we hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. We're supposed to be on again tomorrow. We'll see what the weather does for the national knockout game. But for now, hope you've enjoyed our coverage. This is James Emerson, the Didsbury scorer. My thanks to my shivering colleague, Viv Duncan, who's done a great job for Bowden, as she always does. And we'll see you again at Didsbury for some more cricket, hopefully tomorrow.